What's up, everybody? In this video, we're going to be creating a system that allows us to create over 10 campaigns in less than 10 minutes. But obviously, we can go slower than that or faster than that, depending on how crazy we want to get. And so we've got a bunch of automations over here. And what we're building is inside ClickUp. And so in this section, I'll duplicate this. It's going to be playbooks. And so we're going to be leveraging playbooks, putting these playbooks through different steps up until the point that these playbooks become active. And so once a playbook is active, it's going to basically have instructions for ChatGPT. And using these instructions right here, we will then be able to navigate over to our campaigns workflow. And in this workflow, we'll be able to create a bunch of campaigns extremely quickly. And at the end of that, we're going to be able to send that directly into SmartLead from here. And so if you think about it, we are able to leverage AI to use the playbook and create the campaign extremely quickly, and then send all of that directly to SmartLead right away. And so let's dive in. We've already got a large majority of the work done. Right now, it's just about refining the AI and the systems, right? And the automations. And so once this video is done, this should be good. It should be live. We should start using it. Okay, so let's get started. So we've got a bunch of campaigns over here. We're actually going to be starting them from scratch. By the way, status is not information or closed. Okay, so this looks good. We're going to be deleting these, and then we're going to be starting from scratch. Just to confirm, I mean, maybe we will keep these. You know what we'll do instead? We'll do Afonto. So filter by Afonto. So client is Afonto, and so that's going to be me. And so we're just going to work through these ones over here. I will save this. Actually, we'll just do an auto save so that it just stays like this. And so now we're going to be creating a bunch of campaigns using the playbooks that we create. And so I'll do a quick demo to show you how this works. So we'll do playbook, we'll do Apollo sequence, doing that, and then moving it over to generate campaign copy. This should trigger an automation inside Make that comes up with the emails for us. And so let's actually check whether this happens. So creating campaigns, this is where it's all going to be happening. The one is generate campaign copy, right? And so if we were to go back here, it actually did come up with the copy. And obviously the copy is not going to be great. It's like, hey, are you currently satisfied with the quality and quantity of your B2B leads, right? And then at Afonto, we do XYZ. And it's obviously leveraging the data that we have inside our client database. And so if we were to go to the client section over here, we have a description of what each of our individual clients do. And so in this particular case, we're looking at me. We've got the company description, value prop, pain points, and then we've got the playbook, which is the instructions for ChatGPT, as I mentioned. And so combining both the playbooks and our client details, AI is able to come up with these emails for us. And obviously we can create like 10 of them in just seconds, right? And so if you think about it, the only problem that we actually need to solve is the quality of the outputs. And that's what this video is going to be focusing on. Just making sure the quality of the outputs is good, because once everything is done, easy stuff. Here's what I meant in this thumbnail. Oh, this is what you meant? Mike, can you clarify the question? So boom, we've got that stuff done. And we've got a few emails that we're going to be leveraging over here that we're going to try to replicate with AI. So we go to the automation over here. We've added some things since then. Most notably, we've added a third email. And so let's go ahead and clone this over here. And let's make this email 3. So rename this, call this email 3. And so we've got email 1, email 2, email 3. All of these are going to be generated automatically for us. And so, boom, you must follow the instructions here. So let's do the playbook, get playbook. and then let's grab the Apollo sequence ID. So this is going to be the playbook that we're going to be leveraging over here. Let's go ahead and put the ID, and it says that internal server error. So this must be something that I was wondering if one day you would do an inbox management automation using Airtable. Most likely not. I will most likely do everything directly from ClickUp, but how it works with ClickUp is basically the same thing. Like what I've got right here, what I'm doing right here, you could just replicate it inside ClickUp. So, sorry, inside Airtable. So I will most likely not do that because it does take a lot of work, but you could just copy it the way it is right here. And so Apollo sequence is actually you have to actually put a number. And so the Apollo sequence would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so boom, 4 is what we're looking for. And so when we put in 4, we're going to get those instructions over here. And so now we can start to leverage these. So this is email 1 playbook. Inside the Apollo sequence, I don't think we have an email 3 playbook. So we actually want to get that. So email 3, oh, we do have that. Okay, so we can actually leverage that playbook. So boom, we've got email 2, and then we've got email 3. And so this is what the AI looks like, right? And so we go here, email 3 playbook, and we simply need to put in the actual thing over here. So email 3 playbook. And then we can go ahead and delete the example because we don't need that anymore. We were just testing some stuff over there. And then we also want to ensure that this does not have an example, because this is an example of an email output. Well, wait a minute. If we have an example, does it hurt it? Like, I don't think it hurts it. Yeah, we'll come back to this idea later. So email 2 example. When we go back over here and we look at the actual playbooks that we created, do we have any mention of examples? So new playbook, we put email 1, email 2, email 3, and then we create a clay table. Right, so we don't even need the examples anymore. Though we might actually decide that we are going to come back to this idea later on. So we'll see how it goes. So generate campaign copy. We remove the examples. Though it would probably be nice to have. We'll see. And then we've got the subject line as well. So we get the subject line auto-generated as well. And so using all of this information, we're going to add it back into ClickUp, similar to how it came up over here. So once we choose the playbook, we move the status, it's going to come in here as an actual email that we can leverage, right? And so, boom, we grab that. And then inside ClickUp, we basically want to do 3-1. And that's where we want to put the choices. And the choices is going to come from the latest one over here, which is this right here. No, that's not the one. It's this, email 3. So in email 3, we want to get the message from there. So boom, we get the content right there. And so after that, we should be good. So let's actually give these names so that they make sense. So email 1, email 2, email 3, subject line, and then let's call this over here clay table. Create clay table. Create clay table. And by the way, this did stuff. Let's go ahead and disable this route for now. Because as we were testing it, based on how we had set it up, it's going to duplicate a table and then add it into the Afonto. It's going to add it somewhere if it worked like that. Oh, actually, total number of bundles equals 0. Why? Not equal to 0. Total number of bundles, number 4. It should say not equal to 0. Yeah. Anyways, we'll come back to the creating clay tables later. So the first thing we want to do over here is so we've got the generate copy. This seems fine. Let's do a quick run. Let's see that it makes sense. One thing is that these all create maybe we can put an if statement. So let's put an if, like a large if statement, right? And so in this if statement, it's going to say if email playbook exists, right? So if email one playbook exists, we do all of this stuff. We'll just, yeah, we do all of this stuff. But if it doesn't exist, right? So if email one exists, we do that. And then if it doesn't exist, we say output NA, not applicable. And that's it. So just output NA. And so we do that for email one, and then we do that for this as well. So if statement again, if playbook 2 in this case, so if playbook 2 does not exist, so let's copy that. And so this is going to allow us to not have like random things, right, happening. We want to get the actual content only if the playbook exists, because sometimes the playbook is going to be just two sequences, right? So output NA. So output NA, and then we do that again for this right here. So if yeah, right. So if playbook 3 does not exist, so if playbook 3 does not exist, we do that again, right? Output NA. Boom. So this should work well now. Subject line, we'll have to work with that later on. And so, and by the way, it analyzes the message. So this is the email that we're sending. Oh, it analyzes the first one. We don't need to analyze anything other than that. So boom, this is going to run. What does it say? Because currently it's like 5. Actually, we wouldn't actually have it like that. So let's go to the playbooks, which would be in the playbooks dashboard. And then over here, we're going to have the Apollo sequence, which has a 5. We just remove that. And then this time around, we go to the campaign section, and then we choose the Apollo sequence, and we move this over into the generate campaign copy section. And so once we're here, we're going to trigger this automation. It's going to create one email, second email, the third email should be NA, and that should be reflected inside our ClickUp account, right? Right, and so let's go back over here into the ClickUp account, and then let's look here. So email 3 is NA, just like how we put it. Boom, and then boom. So that's perfect. And so we probably want, creating the variations is interesting. because so these are the variations that we can create. Let's also move this here. No. Let's move this here, right? So we've got email 1, email 2, and then email 3. And so it's like right. So let's actually make the ClickUp. So choices, because this worked well, right? No reason to like it just worked well, right? And so let's go here. Um and before we output it here, because we don't want to accidentally send something like that. So over here, we will have to have an if statement. So if, or we just do this, right? And then the actual content of the if statement is going to be if it doesn't contain NA. And I'm not remembering how that works, so how to do that, but that's simple, right? So we'll just do this for now. And then over here, we will say if it does not equal NA. So if message content does not equal. So does this have anything contains? All right. We do have contains. So it would be index of NA, right? So we would be searching for an index of NA or, right. I think if we just search for index of, but contains exists, right? Verifies if an array contains the value. So the question is, how do we, I prefer the index of will work, but I prefer just doing the set variable. So let's figure out how this works. So if we do this and then we put contains, we would basically put NA, and then inside here we would be searching for NA, right? And by the way, let's just do set multiple variables instead, so that we can test this with a lot of options, right? So boom, let's remove that, and then let's call this 1, and then let's call this 2 contains, and then over here we're gonna put and then NA, and then let's do a third one, which is going to basically not contain NA at all, right? Just something completely different. And then let's see what it outputs. So when we do it like this, it's going to say true, true, false. Okay, so this is good. So this is how we had put it. So we want to do contains. So if this is email 1, if contains, right? So contains is true equal to, I don't like the fact that we are, but I guess it doesn't matter, right? So if it contains the NA, we basically want to, wait. If it's false, so if it's false, we want to put it there. And so we would put NA over here. So NA, and then over here, we would be checking the message content. So let's just copy this section over here so that we can put it in every single one of these over here. And then once we input the actual message, so this is email 2. So email 2.1 would be over here. So we would be looking at the choices, we'd be looking at the messages, and then we'd be looking at the content. So we put that there, and then 1.1 would come from over here. So email 1, choices, we look at the messages, we look at the content, we put that there. And then 3.1, we also do the same things, right? So we look at sorry, it would be over here. So we look at the choices, look at the message, and then put the content over here. So this is going to work now. So we can go ahead and save this, and then let's go ahead and delete the module. And once again, we're going to run it, and we'll see that when we do the same thing again, so when we generate the campaign copy, this time around, we should actually have removed this, but it doesn't matter. We got time. We got time. How do we remove this? Boom. Let's remove this. Boom. And so I don't know if we got there on time. Let's see. Did we get there on time? So let's click on this and let's go back. Let's see. All right. So we got there late. So we try again. Let's also run this again. Though, to be honest, if we just looked at it, it would tell us if we got it or we didn't get it. Let's delete this as well. And so at this point, it's running, it's creating an email, creating a second email, creating a third email, following all of the instructions that we've given it. And then it's putting it inside this section over here. So it changed the subject line. What about email 1, 2, and 3? So that must mean I put the actual formula wrong, right? It means I put the formula wrong, because if we were to look at the custom fields, it only changes the subject line, right? So all we need to do is simply just reverse that. So if it contains NA, so if contains NA is false, well, what the hell does that even mean? Shouldn't it be equals false? Right. Okay, so let's do that again. So let's do the set multiple variables, right? Let's do that. And then let's do it like this. And then let's run it. And so it's like content. Hi, my name is Noel. And then let's go ahead and click that. What does it say? It says it's empty. Right. So variable name is empty. What if I make this true then? So if contains NA is true, well, it's empty again. So does it need to be looking at an array and not a string? Let's figure this out. So let's do this over here. And let's do it like this. So let's do a variable name, and then let's do this. And so when we do it like this, and then we put the same content, what is it going to tell us? It says false. And so this is accurate. This is what we had previously. So false. Therefore, the reason why this is not working is not making sense to me. So let's go ahead and do the choices again. Hi, my name is Noel. And then it says it's empty, but it's false. And so it must mean if false equals false, huh? So when we do it like this worked. But like GF, yeah, that's working not the right way. And so let's see here. So if what if I just did this? If equals to false, and then we do it like this. What happens if I do it like that? Does this work now? That worked. FFD. So we have to do, oh, there you go. You learn something new every day. Okay, there you go. So we have to do it like that. So we change it now, and then we're going to run another test in just like 30 seconds here. And you'll see how now it's going to create the emails and do all of that like instantly correctly. So boom, we changed this false to this right here. So false. And we change that for all of these different variables. And then once this is done, we're going to run it again. And so cool, let's save that. And then let's go ahead and delete the module. So once that's done and we click run once and we go to the actual campaigns over here, and then we go to choose campaign playbook, and then we run it again, generate campaign copy. This time around, it should actually work correctly. So it looks through the playbooks, get the campaigns, get the clients, email 1, email 2, email 3. And then once that's done, it's going to send all of that information into our ClickUp task. So let's go into ClickUp and let's see how it's reflected. And so, boom, email 3's got nothing, but email 2, email 1. All right, so that's working great. Let's go ahead and save this right here. Let's go over here. And so generate campaign copy is fine. Create new tasks for weekly campaigns. This is good. Generate playbook instructions. We can actually put that in the automations. Generate playbook instructions. This is one that we're going to have to work on probably right now, actually. So generate playbook instructions. So we go to the playbooks over here, and then we create a brand new playbook. And so this playbook is going to be sample playbook. Should we? You know what? This is going to be important. Getting the playbooks created, that's going to be important. But let's actually, first of all, focus on making sure that the playbooks that we do create make their way into our Smart Lead account. And so I've just pulled up my Smart Lead account over here. It's filtered by myself. And so we're going to create some new campaigns over here in my name. And so, cool. So we've done that. The playbooks are created, the emails are created, and now the next thing we need to do at this point, we want to create email variations. And so the question is whether I want to automate that or whether I want to, like the different email variations. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to create the Spintax. And then I'm going to add an additional status, which is going to be manually create variations, because create variations, because we're going to want to test different things, and the variations are not always going to be the same, if that makes sense. Right? So we go over here. After the Spintax has been created, we manually create variations. And then once the variations have been created, we add them to our Smart Lead campaign. Okay, so let's go ahead and cool. Let's go ahead and save that. And so at this point, we're going to want to make some changes to the prompts. That's on the to-do list. We have to do that. In fact, I should create a Google Doc with the to-do lists. Is that a good idea? Nah. Nah. I'll work on these when I see them happening. Instead of doing anything else. All right, so boom, we've got the playbooks created. The next thing is copy Spintax. And so if I were to save this and then go back here, this is mostly done, right? So Spintax, let's go ahead and do the Spintax. And so now this is time consuming. I'm going to be honest with you. So we want to do the same thing. So we want to add a module, right? Add a module. So clone this, make this email 3. Honestly, we do the same thing, right? So we just do, we add the NA portion so that it's so if is that what we have inside here? So if we were to go to the campaigns, it's not called emails 1, it's called email 1 right? So this is outdated essentially. So let's go ahead and rerun it. And this time around, let's look for this campaign over here. And let's also put this over here. So let's put 2, and let's grab the specific campaign that we're looking at here. And so when I put the ID of the campaign, we're going to get it. And instead of email 1, which I'm not remembering why that's a thing. So email 1, hi, email 2. Custom fields, email 1. Yeah, that shouldn't be a thing. Because that's not how it's named. So Afonso Apollo sequence. The custom field is email 1, email 2. And then the subject line, is it improve, or are we looking at something that's outdated? I think we're looking at something that's outdated. In the subject line, it says AI. Yeah, this is outdated. Let's run this again. And then let's call the same campaign. Let's look at the custom fields. Okay, this is newer. Okay, so now, but I still don't get why there's email 1. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. So we need to unlink this over here, and then we just need to run it all. Because what's happening is that the data has not yet moved on to this this new field. So boom. Okay, so we save that, we save this, save anyways, and then we run once. And so once we click run, so we've already generated the campaigns using AI. And so once we move the campaign over to Spintax, create copy Spintax, is going to send it to this automation over here, which creates the Spintax for us, but that's obviously not going to work. What's up, Mohammed? The weekend's going well. How's your weekend going? Isn't it late for you? Like, isn't it? I think you mentioned you're 10 hours ahead. So that must mean it's. Are you always up this late? Are you always up at like 11 a.m.? Sorry, 12 a.m. midnight. So boom. So that did not work. We knew that would not happen. So now we simply just add the email. So email 1 is what we want to have here. So we remove this if statement. We go to email 1. And then we also go email 2, email 2, email 2, 1. Sorry, email to one. Boring. Yes, it's 11. That's wild, man. I don't know about that. Um, I mean, actually, I do. I stay up late sometimes, but I wouldn't be watching automation videos this late. You're the only one. You're the only person I know who wants to watch automation videos, uh, like at midnight. Um, Everyone else would rather watch TikTok videos. Um, so boom, we got the if statement over here. So same thing that we did previously. So if the email one exists, we want to create spin tags for that automatically. So if email one exists, we want to create the spin tags for it. It's Sunday. There's nothing. I know. I guess it makes sense. Um, it's just I don't know. Most people don't like watching automation videos. Uh, I mean, not automation videos. People working in general, right? This late at Sunday. But if you want a quick heads up, this is what I'm creating. Just so you're aware. Um, my my brain is cooked. So what we're creating right now, we're creating a system that allows us to create campaigns automatically, like in minutes, right? So we've got all of these different steps. So create playbook, generate campaign copies, spin tags, all the way up until adding the campaigns to Smart Lead, and we can create like 10 campaigns in just a few minutes, right? And so when we create the campaigns, we use playbooks, and these playbooks would be in this section over here. And so a playbook is basically instructions for ChatGPT. And so we've got a few playbooks over here. For example, we've got the Apollo sequence, which says this is first sentence, second sentence, third sentence. And then once we click generate campaign copy, it generates the email for us based on that. And so we can have like 50 different playbooks of different types of emails that we've seen that work. And so like this is a different email, right? And all we did is simply chose that. It came up in seconds. And now we're currently working on creating the spin tags. And so once the email is good, we've modified it, it looks good. We move it to this, and then ChatGPT is going to create the spin tags for us. And then eventually we're going to add that to the Smart Lead campaign. We already have all of this stuff done. Right now, it's just the fine touches that we are working on. So boom, we want to do the same thing that we had previously done. We want to say output NA, so that it does not generate spin tags for things that don't actually exist. So output NA, and then we want to do that again. For the spin tags part, is it an AP? For the spin tags part, so the spin tags, the generating spin tags, this is the automation. So what this automation does, it looks at the campaigns. And so we already have an email, right? So it's like just wanted to follow up on the previous email. We already have the email inside our ClickUp account. And so when we simply move it here, it's going to modify this custom field over here. When we're talking about adding the copy to Smart Lead, that is an API call that we do. And it's already done. It's called add campaign to Smart Lead or something like that. Do we not have it? I should actually have that. So copy Smart Lead, I think is what it's called. Send campaign copy to Smart Lead. And then I'm going to give it that tag so that we can easily view it. So creating campaigns. So this one is the tag. So we create the campaign in Smart Lead like this. So we basically find the ID, we update the schedule, we update the general settings, and then the email sequences. When we update the email sequences, this is what we're going to be putting in. It's going to be all of the ClickUp fields essentially. And so once that's done, it instantly goes in here with all of the settings. Everything is already done for us in like all of it is automated, right? We don't need to do anything special. So yeah, we go back here, the if statement, we put that over here. So if email 2.1 does not exist, we basically want to do the same thing. So we want to output NA. So we want to output NA, and then we want to do that for email 3 as well. By the way, Mohammed, do you do anything of this nature currently? Do you have a SOPs for creating campaigns or doing anything? Like honestly, like for me, it's because I'm doing the agency by myself with no employees, but most people can have VAs doing these things with like comprehensive SOPs. I just prefer to have it automated. So when we do that as well, so if email 3 exists, output. If it does not exist, output NA. And then boom, we save that right there. And then this is going to be send Spintax to ClickUp. Send Spintax to ClickUp. And then we could go ahead and save this. Save anyway. I do simple like linking Slack with booking, so not advanced like this. But at the very least, like you have VAs, that, or like I remember last time you were in the chat, you mentioned that you don't get too hands on with these things, and so like I'm assuming like you've got someone that creates the campaigns and has all of these things in like write-ups or something. So boom, we go back here, we do the same thing that we had done previously, which is adding the if statement so that it ignores it and does not make changes. And so if it contains NA, we don't want to see that inside ClickUp. And so so 2.1, which is right here, yeah, we want to do that as well. And then over here, yeah, this is all making sense, right? Yeah, this is all making sense. And then over here, we want to put the 5 generate campaign Spintax, right. This is the right one. So this is 5, which would be over here. We want to put the choices, and we want to put the message, and we want to put the content, and then same thing over here. We want to put the content as well. And then on 3.1, which is the new one, we're going to also put the actual messages in here. And so in just a second here, we're going to be running a test to see how the Spintax comes up with the actual like how the ChatGPT performs with regards to creating Spintax. And so boom, we're going to go ahead and save this. And now let's go ahead and run it. So if you recall, we've already created the campaign copy. We did that automatically using the playbooks that we've created. We can create 10 of these in seconds, right? Like that's done. The hard part about this is not the creating of the emails, it's the creating of the playbooks. So if you can create the playbooks and have them all lined up, all of them tested, all of them working, you can create campaigns across all of your clients easily. And as you can see, I've got a dashboard to help me stay on top of creating the playbooks because that's the biggest opportunity. Once that's done, we're going to create the Spintax. So this is one email over here. This is another email over here. Let's go ahead and create the Spintax for this. And so if I move it over here to create copy Spintax, and then we go to generate Spintax, it actually ran in the background, which I should have it ran actually, did it run? So let's go back to the campaign. Let's bring it back to generate campaign copy. And then let's go ahead and do create copy Spintax. And so when we do that, it should call this webhook. So it did. And so now we get the campaign. And with the campaign, we're going to be getting those custom fields. And if you recall, the custom fields are going to include the emails. Oh, it already worked. So I'm kind of messing it up now. As I did mention, it worked in the background. So I'm actually messing it. So it's like, hi, hello, dear, first name, text personalization 1. Are you faced with the challenge, difficulty, consistency? So now if you see what we're dealing with, the new challenge is simply making the GPT prompt come up with Spintax that works. Because if you look at our prompt, it's super generic. Where's the prompt? So it's over here. The prompt is literally just like, create Spintax for the following email. Avoid creating more than 3 variations per word. That's it. That's all we've done. And so now the new challenge, the new thing we need to work on is making sure that the Spintax is 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 good. So just simply, merely, wanted, needed, desired to follow up. Boom. So we've got the spin tags. Now the next thing we need to do is manually creating the variations. And so I'm going to make this step manual because the variations are going to depend on what we're trying to actually accomplish. And so having AI do this is pointless, right? Because I might want to A/B test the subject line. I might want to A/B test the ending, the starting, all of that stuff, right? And so, willing to. I've tried to connect with Timothy, but he hasn't responded. Um, I if you've got a WhatsApp, message me your WhatsApp number on LinkedIn. I'll try to get you guys connected on LinkedIn. That's where we normally chat. But he is busy though. Like he's got tons of clients, Mohammed. So like he's not like constantly available. So boom, we've got this stuff over here. Next thing we want to do is we want to manually create variations, which is fine. We can just do that manually. And I will update the SOPs over here to go from create spin tags. So spin tags. And so right after spin tags, we used to have add campaigns to Smart Lead, right? So it used to come from create copy spin tags, generate. I guess it's also fine if it comes from here as well. So let's save it. Is that the next step after this? Okay, so we're fine. So now we can actually add this campaign to Smart Lead. So let's do that. Let's add it to Smart Lead, and then we're gonna come right back to the beginning to fix the missing links. Like as you can see, this has a quotation mark. We need to fix that. The spin tags is not perfect. We need to fix that. Also, we're going to need to also start to think about clay tables because that is a core part of this process. And the playbooks have clay table templates that we can leverage and simply copy paste. So let's do that. Let's add it to our Smart Lead account. Let's refresh the page right here to show you the campaigns that I've got. So I've got 4 campaigns right here. We're going to be adding it right now into the campaigns. And so we go to the campaigns over here. We map it to a specific client. And now when we on a second thought, my API key is outdated. So I need to actually go into data store, which is going to get the record. So this is my API key, Smart Lead. And then we're going to simply leverage this right here in the automation. So this is going to come up over here. And by the way, you don't need to have a data store. The only reason I have a data store is because I don't want to get hacked with my API key, but you don't need one. You can simply just put your API key like that. So once I put this API key, we're going to be adding the the data there. Yeah, Clay is amazing. I love Clay. It's expensive though. I'm on the $800 plan, and I'm like all the time I'm thinking, God damn, like these dudes, man, they're making bank off everybody because that's one hell of expensive platform. So boom, we got the API key, and now let's run it and let's see if it's still up to date and maybe there's some new changes and new challenges that we might face. So we go here. We've got the spin tags created. We've got the subject lines. Now we say add campaign to Smart Lead. It's going to trigger this automation right here, which is adding the campaigns. And then it posted a task comment letting us know that this didn't work. So the campaign schedule didn't work. So the campaign schedule, it didn't work. And the reason it didn't work, is for a different reason. So we posted a task comment, which let us know that you ran into an error. But on that point, we should actually have an SOP that when that does happen, when we run into an error, we we send this back. So let's actually create that in a second here. I'm just doing something over here in the background. So boom, we've got that. So add campaign. Let's create this. So change status. Yeah. So let's add a module. Let's go ahead and clone this over here. This basically changes the status. Yes, the credits. Yeah, the credits vanish so quickly, man. I have to figure. I'm gonna create an automation that helps me track how much money I'm spending on Clay, um, because by the tables, because it's kind of ridiculous. Like I got 50K credits, and I burned through those in like 2 weeks. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? This is wild. So change status, and this is simply going to go back to the manually create. So export and import. This is going to go back to manually create variations. So change status, and then boom, we're good now. And so when looking at this over here, the reason it didn't work is because of something. So the headers, it said 5502 head error. And so track setting, don't track email open. Boom, we've got the commas. It says true, follow-up percentage, email ESP. So the campaign, by the way, the campaign got created, right? Like we can see that the campaign got created. It's over here. It's Apollo sequence, but the problem is like we're obviously trying to automate everything. So the campaign got created. Did the copy come through? So the copy didn't come through. And the reason the copy didn't come through is because, so the copy is supposed to come inside here, and that gave us an error letting us know that it's formatted incorrectly. Oh, it's because we don't have the email. So the email body would actually be inside email one over here. So we actually need to update this again. So email one, what am I looking at here? So I'm looking at the list filtered tasks. And so we need to find email 1. All right, I'm not gonna find it. I'm being crazy. So email 1. Boom, we found that there. So now we simply need to put this over here. And now it should work. And then we put that over here as well. Oh, email 1. I guess that's fine. This is the different variations. So we are creating different variations. And actually, we should add another step over here, which adds the third email. And we should also add if statements so that it ignores this section in case there's no available emails. But for the first part, let's just go ahead and figure out why the thing is not working, because it is creating the campaigns automatically. As you can see, it is adding all of these settings correctly. Do not track emails. It is boosting the deliverability. It is we need to actually add this section, auto categorize. This is an easy thing. We will add that as well, because I don't want to have to actually spend mental bandwidth coming back to the campaigns to change that. So we will work on that. But for now, let's go ahead. Let's send this back to the manually create. So if you recall, we've automatically created the campaign and the copy for that using the playbooks. We automatically created the spin tax. We can do all of this stuff in like 2 seconds, right? We automatically created it. And now we are in the manually create variation section, which is simple. In fact, I'll just copy this and just paste it here. Actually, you know what? I'll copy this one that's non-spin taxed so that we can see like a clear difference. And so boom, we get that. And then we get this as well. And so we've got that. And so now we're going to send all of this information back into SmartLead. And so boom, we've got that. We're going to need to figure out what the errors is. But for now, some of these should be working. My experience with N8N, no. Everyone seems to love that tool, and I don't know why. I think they mentioned that it's cheaper or something like that. But I don't know. I have not looked much into N8N. So we've got the new campaign created. This is the latest one. So let's actually look into the campaign. Let's see if the sequences got created. They did not. And so the reason they didn't get created, oh, okay, but the general settings did get updated. And so the reason, okay, so the campaign got created, the schedule got done, the general settings got done, and the email sequence is the only thing. So it's probably the reason we're running into an error is because of the way that we are probably doing the spin tax. Everything else seems to be working just fine. So let's actually look into it. So let's look at the data. So this is what we sent. No. It would be inside the request content. This is what we sent. So we put, oh, there you go. So we're using two quotation marks. So if you recall, the error that we had with the quotation marks, and I'm actually surprised that I figured that out in like 2 seconds, because working with JSON is a ridiculous mess. If you recall, this error is coming from the automation that creates the copy for us. And so we need to actually fix that automation so that it doesn't make these types of mistakes. And so now it should actually work, hopefully, because there's no other things that I'm thinking about that would make this not work. So let's go ahead and let's run it again. And obviously that automation also worked. It sent it back to the manually create, and it also assigned a comment to us letting us know that, boom, there's an error. We need to fix that error. And so let's go ahead and run this. Let's add the campaign to Smart Lead. And once we do that, it's going to trigger the automation, create the campaign, update the schedule, update general settings, update the email sequence, and boom, it worked. So now when we go in here into Smart Lead, we're going to have a brand new campaign, right? So we go back here, and the third campaign is here. And this time around, I will go slowly. We'll go with the settings. The settings are all created. We've got the do not track. We've got the optimize. We've got the priority sending. Everything is there. And then the email content is also here. And as you recall, inside our ClickUp account, we created two variations. And so the first variation was this spin text version, and then the second variation was I never updated the automation. So we'll change that in a second. So boom. So it actually works though, right? So we've got this, and right here, these are the same. So in order for us to get the variations, we need to go to the actual automation itself. And so the automation is going to be over here, and we need to change this, because if you look at this, we've got sequence variants, and this is the sequence variant 1, and then this is sequence variant 2, but it's using the same custom field. And so we actually need to go back here, we delete this, and then we search for the email 1-2. So email 1-2 is going to be over here. Once we switch this, now the variations are going to be accurately reflected. Let me actually just go back, because I think I messed up something over there. So email 1-1, and then over here is going to be email 1-2. So email 1-2. So email 1-2. So it's over here, right? Email 1-2. Let's put that there. And then 2-1, and then over here we're going to want to put 2-2. So 2-2. And so this should work properly now. So we save this, we run it, and then we go back. So based on our SOPs, the moment that automation runs, it instantly moves it from the add lead to add to Smart Lead campaign, and then it moves it to the export and import a list into the thing. And so we're going to need to make some minor adjustments there, but for now, we're good. So let's go back to the manually create variations, and then let's go ahead and add campaign to Smart Lead. And once we do that, it's going to trigger this automation right here, which is going to do the same thing again. But this time around, we're going to be looking for the different variations in the copy, right? So boom. Are you experienced? Yeah, and I don't know, like the people, like it says more advanced, but the people who tell me that they want to use N8N are not that skilled with automation. So they go to that tool, and I just don't get it. I think a lot of them, they mentioned that it's cheaper, right? And obviously, like everyone wants to save money, and if it's cheaper, it's great. But it's like, I don't know, man. I've never tried it though, so I can't actually hate on it with validity. But most of the reasons people give me for using N8N as opposed to Make or Zapier are just, they don't make sense. They want it to be cheaper, but what automations does is it takes you out of the thing. So like if I would I, or hire a developer, that also makes sense. So boom, we got it. So the variations are good. So now we've got variation A, we've got variation B, and then this is the Spintax version, and then this is the second version. So boom, it's working. We've got the automations, and it's creating these things. And so if you recall, we're missing a few things. One of the things that we're missing is the fact that we want the intelligently categorized using Smart Lead AI. Is that on the API docs? It might be. It might actually be on the API docs, because if it is, I'm going to use it. And so now export and import a list. Export and import a list. We need to do that. We might also add an additional automation that if it is inside this section and then it notices that it inside Smart Lead it goes to active, we just we backtrack it and then simply move it to active. Because at this point, I would basically just, my job's done. So we just went through this. It worked. It was easy to do. Now we basically just need to refine. We need to add some refinements. And so we go here. Let's go to general settings is what it's called. Let's look for categorize, intelligently categorize. I'm not seeing that over here. Now, no. I mean, you should go to sleep though. I ain't gonna lie. You should go to sleep. Because it's pretty late. But I'm gonna keep work. Like I want to get this done, and then we're gonna roll it out today. We're gonna create campaigns using this system. And then moving forward, it's just going to be through this process is how we're going to work. So we're going to go through the API docs. So API documentation, we're going to go in the different version, which is the that's funny. So categorize, let's do it like this. So categorize, and then let's go through every single mention of categorize, because I want to intelligently categorize it, but I don't want to actually do it. So update lead category based on their campaign. That's not what we need. Lead category updated, fetch webhooks by campaign. That's also not what we need. That's also not what we need. Lead category updated, add update campaign webhook. Update campaign webhook. That's also not what we need. And then lead category updated, categories updated, invalid categories. All of these are not what we need. And so we're going to have to do a workaround for this. And so what we're going to need to do, and let me just confirm. So track, stop lead setting, unsubscribed, send as personalized, follow-up percentage, client ID, ESP matching. So don't track, stop lead. All right. So what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to inspect element. And when we click inspect element, we're going to navigate over to the network section, and then we're going to input all of the categories that we want to leverage. So do not contact, information request, out of office, wrong person, interested, meeting request, not interested, and that's it. We want those to be automatically categorized, and then we want to ignore the auto categorization as well, and then we want to reactivate auto categorization after 10 days. And so once that's done, we're going to save these general settings, and then we're going to get a brand new notification here. And so this is what we're going to be inputting over here. And so update campaign by ID, and this is what we need to basically update. So update variables, changes, name, Apollo sequence, don't track. We basically want to copy this over here. We want to copy this information. And then we want to add, so send campaign copy. We want to add another module, and this module is going to be the module that, so we're actually going to need to add two modules. So the first module is going to log into Smart Lead on our behalf. And then the second module, the second module is going to be actually doing the request. So make a request. And so this is going to be raw application JSON, and then request content. We're going to place that over here. And then the URL is going to come from this right here. So we go to the headers, we grab this header over here, and then we go to Smart Lead. It's this one right here. We go to the URL. This is going to be the URL, and then we do a post. And then at this point, we're going to have all of this information over here. We will most likely have to remove some of these things because we don't want to make updates to everything. We just want to get the ignore. We want to get the auto categorization essentially, right? That's all we need. And so let's go ahead and save that. This should work. Let me pull up another automation over here to get some details that I'm going to need to have for this automation. And so I'm pulling it up over here. On morning. And then when we do this over here, we're going to open this right here. And in this section over here, we're going to basically need to have a header, which is called authorization. And in the authorization header, we basically need to add a token. So this is the token that we need to add. Yeah, that's about it. And then we want to change the ID. So let's also do campaign ID, which is going to be coming from so we've created it would be coming from here. So boom, we've got all of that done. And so now this is, maybe we just do status code and then just whatever, it doesn't matter. And so now this should technically work. We're going to go into the Apollo sequence and then go into a brand new one. So let's go into a brand new one over here. So this is one of the sequences. We've got the campaign ID over here. And then we look at the settings, and the settings don't have anything special going on. And so we go ahead and copy this right here. We go into the first automation, and then we click run this module only. We will need to input that over here. And then on in addition to that, we will need to paste. We will need to one other thing I actually need. So I need to get I need to get the token. So let me actually get that over here. So let me get the token. Bear with me. This should be like 10 seconds. Once I do this, I will. All right. So I've got the token. And so now I simply need to paste that. So boom, we're good. We've got that. Let's go ahead and paste that, and then let's save it. And now it says status code 200. It worked. Let's go to the Apollo sequence. This is what it currently looks like. We don't have any intelligent categorization set up. When we refresh the page and we come back into the same campaign, the intelligent categorization is not set. It's not set. It is not set. Though it did give us a check. It did tell us like that it did work. So, oh, it says that it worked. Invalid headers. Malformed authorization header. And so bear status code. So we do this again. We put the ID. I mean, what the hell is going to be the difference? It's just going to give me another error. It's going to say errors array malformed authorization header, invalid headers. Let me check again. So let me check how these headers should look. Authorization. Okay. And then mirror token. You know what it might be? It might be that it needs to be a patch. It might be that oh my god. I don't know if you can hear like my little brother crying again. He's always crying whenever I'm recording these things. So let's go ahead and save general settings. Let's check again. So it should be a post, right? All right. So let me check something else here. So let's go over here. And by the way, we're gonna stop working on this in the video if I don't figure it out in the next 30 seconds. So header, we go to repository headers, and then do we have a right? So it would be inside here. Authorization. Whoa. Well, this is actually accurate. Now the only problem is why I'm getting the wrong stuff, but we can figure that out later. Okay. So I got the right stuff. I figured it out. It's something I'm gonna have to work on later on in the video, but it's with the request content. Sorry, it's with the token, right? So the token is the wrong token, although it does seem like the right token. So let's go ahead and put the campaign ID again, and then once we put the campaign ID, he can sense. Yeah, man, guy loves to cry all day long. He's gonna make me move out, man. He's gonna make me move out. Okay, so boom, this should work, right? So it says data. It gave us errors again. All right, we're gonna put this on pause, and then we're just gonna unlink this as well, and then get these over here, and then let's also give them a name. So this is going to be get smart lead token, and then this one is going to be so get smart lead token, and then this one's going to be update auto categorization settings. We'll just leave it as that. So we'll have to work on this later on, but for now, this seems to work. And so if we go back to everything, it seems like everything works. We're able to spin text, we're able to create the subject lines, we're able to create the emails. And so, and the export import list, I have to think about that because it's you know what, we actually do have a system for this. So I'm gonna actually update this. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. And currently we have an SOP that updates the campaign. So campaign statuses, status, campaign, what is it? Status, I think it might be called. So I'll put the number of domains, create new tasks, click up domain setup, add domains. Oh my god, I have to get better with my naming conventions. Smart lead campaign. So smart lead campaign, delete, send, backup, sync categories. Oh my, that's a horrible name. Sync campaign categories. Sync campaign categories and statuses with ClickUp status. Although I don't think that even makes sense, but we'll do it like this. And so now when a smart lead campaign is updated because right now we've automatically created the campaign from ClickUp and we're in the export and import a list section. And so once we've exported and imported a list, we can simply move it manually to the active status, which when a campaign is in the active status, we start tracking the analytics. And so this is what the analytics section looks like. We're grabbing the analytics from our smart lead account and then putting them here, which gives us comprehensive reports that we can keep tracking. But it needs to be in the active status for us to be looking at them. And so in a way, in a scenario where we just forgot to do it, we're actually going to change it. So the moment it goes active here, we're going to update it if in case it's an export and import a list. And so let's do that on this automation. So in this automation, category is changed. We get the campaign. So we list all the campaigns. And so if I were to list all the campaigns, oh, wait a minute. So we should, it's already done then. It's already done. It must already be done because this one has already been added to uh, our our ClickUp account. And so in the automation, we instantly add the campaign ID, and that's happening over here. So the moment that we add the campaign and we simply add the statuses, we add the campaign ID over here. So we add the campaign ID. And so based on this, it should already work then. So run this module. We put this campaign ID over here. We find the campaign, which is the Apollo sequence. Damn, am I a genius or what? I've already thought about these things without even thinking about them. Well, cool. I think it's solved then. It would just move it for me. Like I've already set it up. I didn't even know I set it up. So cool. We're done. So now if we're gonna do this again from scratch. And we're going to work on the individual kinks to make sure that it works seamlessly. So boom, we've just created a brand new campaign. This is just going to be campaign. So on a weekly basis, we have SOPs that create these campaigns for us, and so we're going to be able to track it in the master inbox. So this is the master dashboard. What's up, Miguel? How are you? So this is the master dashboard. And so when we wake up, we're able to see a bunch of different things that we need to do. Some of the things that we need to do is creating the campaigns. And so this dashboard is like comprehensive. Like even at the bottom, it's telling us like the cent count. So, and it's giving us trends, like what the trends are. And we're going to be making more changes, right, to make sure all of this stuff works. But basically, this is what we're focusing on, the campaigns. So when we wake up, we've got campaigns, and these campaigns are going to be here. And so we've got a campaign that we've got to create for this client. And so at this point, all I'll need to do is I'll need to choose a playbook. I'm going to choose the Apollo sequence. Once I choose the Apollo sequence and then move it over to generate campaign copy, it's going to run the this automation right here. It's already ran in the background actually, as I think about it. And so when we go over here, in just a second, it should be popping up with copy. There you go. So the copy is already generated for us. We've got the subject line. We've got the things, and all of these are coming from our playbooks, which we can have 50 of them that have different instructions. And we've got a dashboard keeping us accountable on coming up with these different playbooks. And so we've got the copy created. This looks good. This looks good. One thing that I will need to do is have a clay table section. And so when does the clay table come into play anyways? So we create the Spintax. That's going to be done in a second. When does the clay table come into play? Because right now it's creating the Spintax for us, but text personalization 1, this is a clay automation. Well, technically, we don't actually even need the Spintax. We don't even need the clay table until they've been added to the Smart Lead campaign. So export and import a list. Export and import a list. That should probably have an SOP comment that tells us to create a clay table. Oh, actually, you know what it is? We do have that. I'm an idiot. We have the SOP for that. See, this is what happens when you create so many automations. We already have this. We already have this stuff done. So this creates the master table. It duplicates that table, moves it to the client folder, and then adds that into the ClickUp. So we've already actually taken care of this. So we can actually enable this. Enable this. Um, and on a second note, we're gonna want to have the Clay logins over here. So this is going to get the Clay login, which is like, I think it's called just Clay login. And so when I do that, I think it should work. Let me actually just put it in a different tab so that it's not like publicly viewable for everybody. Okay, so that's good. And then let's put this inside this section over here. And so actually, let's go ahead and test that functionality to see whether it works. Okay, so we go back here. As you recall, the Spintax has been created. The Spintax has been created. Um, on that note, I'm thinking because we are creating Clay tables, we might also want to have a way to archive Clay tables. Like if I were to create 10 campaigns in 10 minutes, that's going to create 10 Clay tables for me, mess things up, be disorganized. And so I should probably have an automation that whenever I delete one of these tasks, it archives a Clay table. But let's start with some baby steps. Let's go ahead and start small. So as you recall, we created this. This went into the automation. We created the Spintax for this same message. We also did this. We've already tested how it works when we add it to the Smart Lead campaign. So that works. Let's figure out this Clay table stuff. So let's go ahead and restart this. Let's go ahead and call this campaign. And let's do the same thing. So it gives us a task. We choose a playbook. I'm going to choose Apollo sequence. And then at this point, it's going to trigger this automation right here. And this is going to have all of this stuff. Boom. So let's go ahead and run this over here. We go to the campaigns. Once we click the campaigns and we move it over onto the generate campaign copy, it's going to look at the playbook details, look at the campaign details, look at all of the details for everything. And then it's going to create that over here. So boom, boom, boom. But the main thing we're trying to figure out is the Clay section over here. So does it go down? So it needs to finish that. And then it gets the token, duplicates the master table, right? And then so this stuff seemed to work. So we go in here. Let's refresh the page. So we go to Afonto, and then boom, there you go. So the Clay table is created on our behalf. And so when we go on the Clay table, this Clay table is going to have the basic structure that every single campaign needs to have. And so the basic structure is just like full name, first name, all of that. We need to have a validation process. So PROSPEO, ICPs, all of that. We need to have a validation process for emails. And then at the end over here, we have a waterfall enrichment that finds the company description based on the cheapest option that we can find. And so like if we can find it cheaply, we put it here and ignore the rest. And then we have an add lead to Smart Lead campaign. And so if we're doing a simple campaign that literally has nothing special going on, we can simply just start to add leads. So the moment that the campaigns are in this section over here, which is the export and import list, we could just start adding leads to that specific Clay table and we'll be good. For this particular use case, and by the way, the Clay table is now here. The Clay table is now here. So this is great. So this works. The email copy works. This works. Email 3. I also want to add the if statements. So we want to add the if statements over here. The Clay tables are good. We also want to have a way for us to track that. So let me see. Is there a way for delete? So when it's delete, so when status is deleted, tag is removed. So checklist, subtask, resolved, assignee, comment added, custom field changes, due date, existing task, start date, tag is removed. Ooh, we're gonna have to figure out a way to let's actually do a quick search. So click up, check for ClickUp API deleted tasks. Deleted task. ClickUp API webhook for a deleted task. I think it's there. I just saw that there. So webhooks. Did I see a delete task? So task, and then it says delete. Ah, that's a bonus, right? It just helps our clay table stay clean. It just helps our clay table stay clean, but it's for the most part just a bonus. So let's look here. So we've got the campaigns created. We've got the playbooks system. Sorry, we've got the clay table system working perfectly. We want to make sure that the variations are working well as well. So we go inside to generate campaign copy, created campaigns, email 1, email 2, email 3. This is fine. Where does that? Oh, it comes into this step. So it would be over here. So let's save this. It would be over here. So we need to add a third email in the sequence. And then we also need to have if statements that if an email 2 is not there, we just ignore it. If email 3 is not there, we just ignore it. So although why the hell would email 3 exist, but email 2 not exist? Anyways, yeah, that's weird. So whatever, we'll figure it out. So this is ID, which is email 1. So variant label B, and then ID null. This is gonna give me This is gonna give me a headache. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna give me a headache. This is gonna give me a headache. Let's start simply. Let's first start by adding the third email variant. Oh no. So variant B, we go 1, 2, 3. So variant B, we go 1, 2, 3, and then we add the comma, right? So 1, 2, 3, and then we add the comma. So boom, we go 1, 2, 3, and then we add the comma. So we go boom. And then at this point, this is going to be sequence number 3. And then delay by 3 days again. Sequence variants, email body, we put 3-1. Email 3-1. Oh no. Oh no, that's gonna annoy me so much. Yeah. I hate working with JSON and doing it inside Make as well. Because it's a mess. Like all of these different commas are just gonna give me errors. So sequence number 3, and then having if statements for these. I am not looking forward to it. What did I just do? Oh my god. See, I just made a mistake there. I need to actually be updating this one over here. And then let's go ahead and click OK. And then let's save it. We need to get the campaign, right? So we need to get this campaign, but the campaign needs to have it needs to have email 3 so that we can actually see it. And so boom, we get the ID. And then over here, we paste the ID. And then now we can update this. So sequence number 3, sequence number 2, delay in 3 days, And then inside sequence number 3, we're going to go ahead and add email 3. So again, this is going to help us because we're already able to create the sequences, right? So we're already able to create email 1, email 2, and all of this. This is going to allow us to create the third version, and it's also going to allow us to the if statements are going to allow us to make this dynamic so that we don't add if we don't need to add anything. So email 3 is what we're looking for. So email 3. So yeah, so 3.1, we put that in here, and then email 3.2, we put that in here. So let's go ahead and do a quick run to test whether this works just in general. And then once we've determined that this works in general, we're going to have those if statements coming up. So again, we're going to move this back to the manually create variations. And then we're going to add it to our Smart Lead account automatically. And what that should do is it should change the subject line, the email, with all of the different variations, and it should do that all automatically. And so we go into our this automation over here. We run it once. Once we move this over into the add campaign to Smart Lead, is it going to? Yeah, it adds a brand new campaign. So we go back, we go over here, and right now it should have created a brand new one. Okay, so this is 56. This is the one that we just created, and we've got variation 1, we've got variation 2, we've got boom, we've got different variations. And then if you recall, inside email 3, we've got just a 3 and a 3, right? So the first variation should be a 3, and then the second variation should be a 3. So boom, that works exactly how we set it up. And so now what we need to do with this automation is, because let's say, for example, I were to remove email 2. So let's go ahead and take email 2. So email 2.1, let's move this into email 3. And then let's go ahead and just remove it, like remove it completely. And so if we remove this completely, and then we make email 3 with the message, we don't want, we want to have it be dynamic enough to understand that this is clearly a mistake, and we don't want to be sending like blank emails to people. Does that even work? That shouldn't work. Actually, it does not. It needs to be going the upwards direction. So add campaign to Smart Lead. And again, we go into our Smart Lead account. We go back over here, go to the email account section. In just a second here, we should get a brand new campaign. Is it running? Is it? I'm not sure whether it's running. So let's go back over here. So manually add, and then let's go ahead and move it up. So when we say add lead to campaign, it should trigger this automation right here, which is going to add the campaign over here. Okay, I think make is being weird with me right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and figure out why that's not actually. I don't think it's anything to do with us. I think it's everything to do with make. Or maybe I set up my SOPs to have. No, it's not anything to do with us. It's got to be the way that it's set up inside make. So, okay, let me look at these. So the Smart Lead. So Smart Lead is the one that it's called. So add campaigns to Smart Lead. This has. Oh, I just deleted something. Add campaigns to Smart Lead. This requires. Why does it require both email 1 and email 2? We're cool to send. So that's why it's giving us an error. It's because we had it set up that it's only going to run if we have both email 1, 2, and 3. Sorry, email 1 and 2, but that doesn't make sense because sometimes we want to have a simple campaign with just one sequence. And so now it's working. It's adding the campaign, updating the schedule, doing all of that stuff. And so I actually forgot. That's hilarious. So when we go back here and we refresh the page, we've got a brand new campaign right here. And when we click edit campaign, we've got the campaign settings updated. We've got don't track emails, optimize email deliverability, the follow-up patterns we want, all of these different things that we want to have in our campaigns. We've got that. And then we don't have the sequence, or what happened? We don't have the sequence. So let's see here. So this is update email sequence. It gave us an error. Sequence variance 1, 3, email body is not allowed to be empty. So, hmm. That's a good point. I mean, I agree with that. It shouldn't be empty. Like, you shouldn't actually have an email 2 that is empty. So that's the if statements that we need to add. But let's just do it like this for now then. What happens when we do it like this? Manually create, just add it. It should be, does it start running in the background? I think it is running in the background. Let's go back. Yeah, it's running in the background. So it's doing its thing. Scenario is running, it says. Let's go back now. Go back to the email campaigns, and we've just got a new campaign created. And in the sequence, email 2 is got 5, and this one got 5 and 2. So yeah. This is a good point. We just need to have the if statements then. Which is not hard to do. Okay. So update email sequence, we go back over here. Nice. Writing some LinkedIn posts. That's sick. Okay, so over here, sequence number 2, we have to have this in an if statement, right? So if email 2.1 exists, right? It should be email 2.1. So if email 2.1 exists, then do this. Do we need to even, we don't need to include the comma. We could just leave the, oh, well, actually we do, because in the situation where there's only whatever. Anyways, so boom, we do this, and then we go ahead and we end it here. So that is going to ignore the first sequence. And now we need to add another one. So we need to add another sequence, which is if email 3, so the third email, so if email 3 exists, we add something. Now we're going to need to have like a formula that changes the number, which is also not hard to do, right? Because if you look at the number over here, it says sequence number is 3. And so for some stupid reason, if we were to create a campaign with this being empty, we would actually want it to shift everything back. So it shifts email 3. I'm solving for something that's just like not gonna happen. Like that's wild. But anyways, like it's an easy solution, so maybe we might implement it. So if email 3, so we put that here. So if email 3 exists, we input this JSON file over here, and this is what's going to be sending the data into our SmartLead account. And so now we go 1, 2, 3 again, like I had previously mentioned, and then we need to end it over here. Honestly, I hate working with JSON files, so I think I'm gonna get an error some way, somehow. So let's go ahead and do it. Again, what this is gonna do is create the campaigns directly in our SmartLead account with all of the variations automatically without us doing anything. And so let's back out. Let's go to the email campaigns. This is the email campaigns that we've got right now. We're going to do it again. So we're going to save this over here. When we click save and we run it once, we're going to go back to the actual campaigns, and then we're going to send this back to manually create variations. And then when we send it over to add campaign to SmartLead, now it's going to trigger this automation, which does X, Y, Z, all of these different things, and then send the campaign over into Smart Lead. And so once that's happened, we're going to refresh the page again. By the way, did I do the thing? Yeah, I deleted 2, I deleted 3, so that's good. And so now I'm nervous. So it did the thing. It did the thing. And I didn't even need to do anything else. It did the thing. That's wild. So like we even messed it up. We got email 2 and email 3 wrong, but it did it, right? So it's dynamic enough to actually like work with our mistakes. Damn, dude. That's sick. I ain't even gonna lie. That's sick. So now the only thing we need to actually change, because everything is looking amazing. I'm surprised it worked because I'm surprised it worked. I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, because the sequence number is incorrect. But I don't think that. Let's actually double check. Is that an issue that we should try to solve for? Right? Let's say I was to make this sequence number 8, right? Just for testing purposes, let's figure it out because I want to create this and have it be up and running and never have to think about it again. So again, we've created the syntax, we've done all of that stuff. We go back here, manually create variation. And this one is missing email 2, but we've got email 3 there. And so let's go ahead and add this to the campaign. It's going to trigger this automation right here. This automation, am I doing something wrong? Manually create. Oh, it's working. So boom, it's doing its thing. We go back over here. We go to the email campaigns. We refresh the page. We've just got a brand new campaign over here. We go to the edit button and it worked. Despite the fact that I made this 8. Damn, that's sick. All right, there you go. So that's how you create the campaigns. And so now, if you recall, we already have the clay tables that have been duplicated automatically. And so we already have the clay tables, like, because these ones we were testing with, like, whatever, doesn't matter. So we already have the clay tables. We've just moved this over to the export and import a list. And so at this point, we could just go to the clay table, add a list to this clay table. It's already got the automations. It's going to auto enrich these people, find their work emails, and then simply add them to the Smart Lead campaign. But because this clay table is a list of, because this clay table is specific to a campaign, then that means that because this is specific to a campaign, that means that we can actually start to add some custom touches to this table. So cool. This is awesome. This works. Now we basically need to make some small changes to the prompt, which is the subject line prompt. That one gave us some issues earlier. And so we'll save this. We'll go to the subject line prompt, right? And so this is the email. And we just need to add some touches, which is do not add any quotation marks in the output. Right, we just need to we simply need to have that there because that gave us an error. Email 3, this is also fine. We might as well have this just everywhere because we don't want the quotation marks, period. Right? Because that's what gives us an error, right? And then email 2, you must follow the instructions. We do that as well. And then email 1, we do that as well. So boom, we've got these. And then the syntax, this is another thing I was thinking about. Maybe because the reason we're creating this is to make it easy for us to do things. And so like when you give AI to do syntax for you and it comes up with like crazy syntax it's amazing, but it's like, it's also hard for me to like validate that it works. And so what I'm going to do in the Spintax over here, I'm going to say no more than 2 variations. And by the way, in 2 minutes over here, we're going to create a brand new campaign from scratch, and we're going to finish it in 2 minutes. And so if email 1 with no more than 2 Spintax variations per word, and then I also need to add one other if statement. So if a word or phrase, so that it avoids Spintaxing things like this, right? So if a word or phrase contains inside the right, so if a word or phrase contains what just happened? It just deleted it for whatever reason. Contains. If you do that, it just deletes it. Okay. So if a word or phrase contains 2 curly brackets, do not Spintax it. Because we've seen sometimes that inside the text personalization 1, something like it just Spintaxes it. We don't want that. So do not Spintax it. And so right after this, we're going to go ahead and do a test from scratch, create these campaigns like that from right away. And so if you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat. I will go ahead and answer those before we do the test. So email 1, we put that over here. Email 2, we also want to do that over here, no more than 2 Spintax. Like we can manually add the 3rd variation if we want. I just don't want to spend time like, oh, Spintax, let me look at that. Like, just give me some basic Spintax, and then I'll do the rest if I want to. So cool, we got that. If it contains 2 curly brackets, do not Spintax it. And then boom, we're good. So now I'm going to run this, and we're going to see how this works. So save all of these. They all work great. And then let's go ahead and delete every single one of these campaigns that we've got. Maybe we'll keep one because we actually no. We'll yeah, we'll delete all of them. So delete all of these. And then we'll whatever. I'll just create a campaign first. So campaign. So we'll create a campaign, and then I'll delete these. So delete all of these. And now we can put a timer up, and then like in 2 minutes we should have this up and running. So we go inside our Smart Lead account. We've created a bunch of useless sequences. I'll have to delete all of these, but whatever. That's besides the point. So the first automation is generate campaign copy. So we run this. And then campaign, we choose a playbook. This is the assigned comment. So the assigned comment is choose a campaign playbook. We click that. We choose the playbook. We're going to choose the Apollo sequence. And then we move it over here, generate campaign copy. And then once that happens, it's going to go into this automation over here, which creates the campaign copy, does the email. It's also going to create a brand new table for us inside our ClickUp. So this is, let's delete this because we don't need this. Actually, let's leave it so that we can see that the new table come through. So this is the new table. So now we've got 2 new tables inside Clay. And then we go back to the campaigns. We've got a subject line, we've got an email, and then we've got this. And so now we analyze the email. Does this make sense? Text personalization 1. What this means is that we're going to need to leverage the Clay table to come up with AI personalized opener. Are you spending too much time and effort generating whatever? We're going to need to modify that. And as I did mention, the biggest bottleneck is going to be the playbooks. This is what we need to spend our time modifying. And then after this, we go ahead and we create copy Spintax. I'll go ahead and run this this automation. So create copy Spintax. We click on that. And now it's going to run this automation, look at email 1, email 2, email 3, and then it's going to come up with the spin tags for us. And as you recall, the main things that we changed is making the spin tags easier for us to read so that it's not like crazy complex. And so when we go over here, we should have spin tags. So hi, hello, first name, text personalization. Have you found it exhausting, overwhelming to spend a lot of time, dedicate significant? We at Afonto, here at Afonto, boom, all of it's done for me, right? So the spin tax is done. I just simply wanted to, as a sales development, Afonto can, boom, boom, boom. We've got the email. Now we need to create the variations. And I'm not using AI for this. The reason I'm not using AI for this, as I did mention, is because the reasons why I'm creating the variations are going to be different every single time. And so, for example, this time around, I might want to change this subject line, which is going sorry, I might want to change the call to action, which is like open to chat, right? I might want to change that, right? Open to chat. And then this time around, I might want to change the introduction to remove the just wanted to follow up on my previous email. I don't want to mention that. I just want to be like, as a sales development firm, whatever, right? And then we don't even have email 3. We're going to leave it like this to test out the if statements that we had created to see how those work. And so now we've got the copy. It looks good, all generated by AI. And so now we can go ahead and add campaign to Smart Lead. And so that's going to be this automation right here. We click run once. And so, and keep in mind, it's been like 2 seconds. Like it's not been long. It's just been a few minutes. Like we've not spent any time doing anything. We've already got the clay table created in the past 2 minutes. We've already got the copy, the spin tax in the past 2 minutes. And now we're adding it into Smart Lead. And so, boom, we just moved it. It moved the status, indicating that it went through correctly. And so when I go to Smart Lead, I just thought of a new thing that I should add, which is a campaign URL, which does it even matter? Yeah, we can add it. We will add it actually, so that we can easily track that it went through. So now when we go here, we created one. It's 16. It's this one, right? So this is the one that we had. So if you recall, I was A/B testing the call to action, which is open to chat. Are you interested? And then boom. So this is working. 0 errors. It's working great. It's got the settings. We need to change the intelligent categorization. That's what these 2 sections above are. We need to work on that. But other than that, I'm actually super happy with how this is turning out. If you're in the chat right now, leave a comment if you have any questions of anything I should go over. And I will happily go over that with you. So subject line, spin text, this is good. It's done by that. And then we build the list. We've got the clay table created. We've got the different variations created. Right. And so I want to add the campaign URL, which is currently not here. And so I'll grab the campaign URL, which is, it's not hard to do. So campaign URL is this right here. We grab that. And then inside the automation that adds it to Smart Lead, the moment it's changed, we also want to update the state, we want to update these things. So campaign URL, we simply just put that here. And then it's the ID. So the ID from here. So boom, we're good. And so at this point, it's done. We can create campaigns in like 2 seconds. That looks good to me. So now let's get to the meat of this, because everything seems to work. Very minor changes are required at this point. I'm gonna save all of these. we're going to work on the playbooks. So the playbook system, because that's the biggest opportunity. Spintax, I'm so happy with it. Like, it was such a time consuming task. Okay, so let's go to the playbooks. So currently I've got 23 playbooks inside here. So this is what they look like. We've got things like industry focused, companies growing fast, key position recently hired. I might want to make those a little bit more specific. 2 ideas, creative campaigns, all of these different subsequences. And by the way, I'm gonna want to change some things. So one thing I want to change is the only thing that has actual playbooks like inside here is the things that are live. So I'm gonna delete everything that is not active. So delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, and then the orange is a subsequence playbook, right? So if it's a subsequence playbook, we want to be able to see that. We want to be able to differentiate it because we're going to be creating subsequences in a similar manner. And so now we've got these. And so when they go through all of the different stages, we're only adding it to the playbooks after it's active. And the reason for that is because when it's here, it's like, oh, I've got all of these playbooks that I could choose from, but not all of them are done. And so we want to actually look at the ones that are done. And the way we do that is by going in the playbooks and choosing like this. So these ones should all be done technically, but they're not. And so in order for us to get them done, we're going to need to have some systems. And so the system, it starts here. It's in the new category, generate instructions. We're going to leverage AI and ChatGPT to do that. I'm going to have to come back to this automation. But for now, I think it's good. I don't think we need to do anything else. So we're gonna start over again with the automation. So close tabs to the right, boom. Let's go back. And then creating campaigns, right? So creating campaigns is what it's called. Create campaign copy for playbook testing. Let's go ahead and clone this. All right, let's clone this. And then this one is going to be called generate playbook instructions. Generate playbook instructions based on email copy. Damn, bro, this is such a sick system. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, what the hell? Like, this is gonna save so much time. So cool. We do this. Did I just create it or did I back out? I think I backed out. Creating campaign. Yeah, generate playbook instructions. Okay, so this is fine. So we're going to leverage this as a starting point, and then we go ahead and copy the address. We go to the playbooks over here, and then we have to create a new SOP for this. It's right. Let's go ahead and duplicate this to the current location. And then this is that. So when the status changes is what we're looking for. When the status changes from new, so from new to generate instructions, and at the very least, email 1 is set up. So custom field, email 1 is set. At the very least, we want to see that. If email 1 is set, we want to do this. So we go ahead and do this. Boom, we could duplicate this. So now creating clay table. What's up with this? It looks like it's organized in a weird way. Is it organized in? Is it organized by the spelling? No, because 2 would come first. Anyways, so what we want to do, yeah, because I don't like how this is organized. I wonder if I can move. I can't. So I'll have to figure out how to make that organized because it needs to go from 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Okay, so number 2 is generate instructions. And that's what we're trying to basically automate at this point. And so what I need, I'm going to call this new playbook. And then actually, do we need client? Oh yeah, we need to set this as inactive, and the playbook type is email, right? And then at this point, we want to put in an email. So when we go to the campaigns, this is interesting. All right, so let's actually get one of the finished let's use this actually. I was working on some emails. Let's use this one right here. So we plop this in here, and so we basically just need to find an email anywhere. That's what a playbook is, right? It's just like an email. So we take this email, and then with a new playbook, I'm gonna duplicate this view because I want to actually like see this in action. So I'm gonna duplicate this as a list, and then I'm gonna add a filter which says, is there a way to put a task name? No. New playbook. All right, let's add a column, which is going to be playbook. We're going to remove these. Actually, we could say manual playbook, right? So we're looking for the manual playbook. So if playbook is manual playbook, we're here, right? Okay, so we've got this. Let's go ahead and add the playbook. So playbook, email 1 playbook. That's really the only one we need. We're just trying to figure out like the basic structure of doing this. Because currently, as I did mention, like it takes me a very long time to create the playbooks. And so, but as you've seen, they are like so crucial for us. And so it is worth it. Okay, so autosave view, we've got the playbook. And so at this point, we need to remove this, and then we need to go to the automation, which gets the campaign. So generate playbook instructions. We do not need the campaign. We also do not need the client. Right. We only need the playbook. And once we have the playbook, we don't need the clay stuff. We simply need ChatGPT. That's all we need. So we delete that. And so inside here, we've got playbook for email 1, email 2, and email, and the subject line. And we actually need to spend some time refining this further. So this is going to get the playbook. Uh, in fact, we can delete this module. We could delete this module. Then we can add another module that says get task, because the task we're going to be getting, this is kind of weird. I guess that's what it was doing, huh? Let me duplicate this and let me go to that other automation that we were working on to figure out what the difference is. So playbook, because we're gonna need to come back to this. Generate campaign copy for playbook testing. Get playbook, get client. This is the right one. Must have duplicated a different one anyways. So boom, we get the task, we map it to the task ID, right? So this is going to be get playbook, and we can actually go ahead and get this one right here. On a different note, let's get all of these. So email 1, email 2, and email 3. Let's get all of these. And then over here, let's go ahead and just put some random stuff so that they get registered via the API, right? So let's put 1 and let's put 2, just so that they get registered via the API. And then inside this, we're going to run this. And when we run it, we're going to get the playbook with the custom fields, right? And then inside email 2, we basically want to, right, creating campaigns, generate campaign copy. We want to bring those if statements back. So if, yeah, so we basically want to bring those back and ensure that we're only working on the campaigns that need our help. So if email playbook exists, do this. So it's actually email 1. So email 1. So if email 1 exists, do this. If email 1 does not exist, we say output NA, right? And then we go back here and we do that as well. So boom. And then at this point, we basically just want to copy this and we want to put this in all of these other ones. Why is there a subject line again? Yeah, it's because I copied the wrong thing. Like playbooks don't need subject lines. Then over here, yeah, we go in here and we do the same thing. So if email 1, and in this case, we do email 2. So if email 2, and finally, we do that again for email 3. Rename email 3. And then at this point, we're going to put that here. So email 3. So boom. Let's go ahead and save this because this not works. And then this, I'm going to say update playbook. We also need the the same types of if statements, right? As we are updating the playbook, which is like this, right? Right? So we basically just need to grab this and we need to have this be, so this is going to come from here. So the task ID, we don't need to change the task name because the task name is, yeah, we don't need to do that. What we want to change is, we don't want to change the subject line. We don't want to change this. We don't want to change this. The only thing I'm wondering now at this point is how many custom fields we've got. We've got so many custom fields that I'm thinking because we have already cleaned up the email one examples or whatever. Right. Let's do something else. Let's see this. Let's add email one example. Like, look at this. We've got so many fields, dude. Like, I need to get rid of these. So email one example. We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of email two example. Where is example? Do we not have any more? Did I already delete them? Oh, so this is the last one, the strangling member. Delete field from workspace. Good. And so when we check the column and we check example, okay, so that's good. And then the email one playbook, right? So we've got playbook. So we've got email one, email two, email three. I kind of just want to use the ones that already exist. Is there any reason why I should not do that? Yeah, email one playbook, email two playbook, and then email three playbook. Therefore, we've got 9 email custom fields, which is not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. But I'm just thinking, like, look at all these custom fields. I'm going to simplify it. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's simplify it. So let's hide these. So email one, email two, and then email three. Right. That means we're going to have to update the fucking columns. Anyways, doesn't matter. And then let's go do email 1. What? We have this? That's weird that we have it here. Okay, anyways. And then let's go ahead and remove the filter. Oh no. This is starting to make sense. This is starting to make sense to me. So, okay. So yeah, I forgot how I set it up. So it's set up fine. So email one acts as an example, and that's why I actually split them up, right? That's why I split them up into different, because email one acts as an example. So that's email one, it acts as an example. And then email two, instructions. Email two acts as a playbook. So this is like a playbook with the instructions. So I should actually add some SOP notes that define these things so that I don't forget it, because it's actually really useful the way it's set up. And then the third step is basically using those playbooks to test, and the 1-1 and 2-1 and 3-1, those are where the tests are going to come from. So it's actually fine then. Therefore, we can go ahead and update this inside here. And so when we go into the update playbook section, what we're going to be updating is, oh yeah. So we go back here. They're here. So we've generated the instructions. So what we need to be updating is email one playbook. Right. So let's do that. So email one playbook is what we're updating. That's going to be over. Let's refresh these fields. This is also in the wrong list. So we need to put it in the right list, which is going to be the playbooks list. And so inside this list, we're going to put the playbook. So email to playbook, and then we're going to put the choices. And so this is email 2. This was 6. This is already done, so we're good. And then email 3 playbook is what we want to change. This is also good. This is also good. And then email 3 playbook is going to be this right here. So we need to just put that here. So boom, email 3, and we need to put the choices, which is the content. So boom, we've got that as well. And then finally, we need to put that as well. So we need to put that again. So choices, content. And then we need to do that same thing for email one playbook. So we need to paste that. And then email one playbook is going to be over here. So we can do choices, message, content. So this is great. This is working. And so now what ChatGPT has to do, is basically tell us what's happening in an email back to us. And so like let's go back to here. So this is the one we're working in. I'll just call this I'll leave a copy so that I can delete it. I know when to delete it. And then we go here, we filter it by the playbook, which is going to be called manual playbook, right? So we're just testing it right now. And then over here, all we need to do basically is put an email that we got from somewhere. So like if we're looking at templates online, if we see an email, we receive an email that's really good, or we personally send an email that is really good, we want to add all of those playbooks in here. So this is going to serve as a knowledge base, but it's technically an actionable knowledge base that we can leverage to create our own campaigns across all of our clients in seconds, right? That's the idea. And so what I need to do, did that just disappear? That totally disappeared. I already had that. All right, anyways, let's bring it back. So we've got an email over here. We put it inside the email one section. Right. So we put it in the email one section, and now we want to give ChatGPT some instructions. And so, this is tough. Because okay, so playbooks dashboard, we've already got one. Let's ask it to do this one that we've already got. So the Apollo sequence, we already have that. So let's look at this. So we've got email 1-1. No, that's it would be the example, which we actually just deleted. Let's do this. So what is the instructions? This is less than 40 words. Holy shit. So let's go to ChatGPT and let's tell ChatGPT to summarize that sentence in less than 40 words. Summarize this sentence in less than 40 words. That might actually be 40 words. That might actually be 40 words. No, it's not. That was ridiculous. So this is when we were testing it previously. So we go in the Apollo sequence, and we're going to just use this as an example. It's not perfect, but who cares? Right now, it's just testing. So boom, this is an email that we're going to use as an example. And so when we grab this email, so as you recall, we can grab these emails from emails that we've sent previously. But the idea is that we want to replicate these across all of our clients, across different industries, automatically, without lifting a finger. And so inside ChatGPT, we're basically going to give it some instructions. And so these instructions are going to be analyze the content of this email, right? And then we're going to plop that email. So email 1 is going to be over here. We're going to put it here. So email 1. And then backtrace every component of how the email is written and output that back to me. Here is an example of an email right? And here is an example of an output, right? And so the output example, we're going to simply grab this. And so we're going to paste that in this section over here. And then this, we're just going to make it paragraph separated. Are you finding it hard? Blue signal. And then let's also do this as well. Would you be interested? Here is an example of an output. Here's an example of an email. First name, text personalization 1. Generate a personalized email. And so we can do that. The first sentence is, the second sentence is, the third sentence is, the fourth sentence is, the fifth sentence is, and then each sentence must be paragraph separated. And so let's confirm whether this email has those components. So it's got 1, it's got 2, it's got 3, it's got 4, It's got 5 sentences. And then inside the instructions over here, we've got that. Okay. Considering leveraging our company solutions. All right. I'm kind of nervous. So let's go ahead and unlink this and then let's run this actually. So let's run it to see how this performs. And so when we go back to the Apollo sequence, which is going to be over here, and for whatever goddamn reason, it just keeps deleting things. And I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, I'm still here, man. It's just weird. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm going to click generate instructions, which is going to trigger this automation right here. Which automation? This automation. But it gave us an error. So we go back to new, and then we go ahead and we trigger this. So generate instructions. And then at this point, it's going to give me an error saying that there's a problem with the filter. And I got it. So that's the error. Let's save this, and then let's run it again. So at this point, we go from new, and then we go to generate instructions. And then this is going to come in here, and then hopefully it should give us a playbook output of what this looks like. And god damn, if this works and it works well, whoo, the number of campaigns we're going to be able to create is insane. So choices 1, and then it's like this email is crafted sales pitch aiming at prospecting team epics. Email starts off with a direct and so we need to add some additional backtrace every component of how this email is written back to me. Focus on defining the sentences, length of sentences, purpose of sentences, etc. And make instead and make it generalized, ensuring that a different company could simply follow these directions. These directions to replicate this email. Right? And so we do that, and then we try again. So this time around, we go from campaigns, and then we go over here. We bring this back to new, and then we do generate instructions. So when we click generate instructions, it's going to basically look at that and then try to follow it. So let's see how well and how closely it follows the instructions. So the choices, and then the message, the assistant, The first email should be oriented towards tech industry executive. The first element should be. So we've got one. So how long is the sentence that I created before? Inside the actual playbook. So I did the playbook, which was playbooks dashboard. And when we created the playbook, this is how long it was. And this is really how long it needs to be. It does not need to be any longer than this. So let's ask ChatGPT, how many characters does this sentence have? And so we have to say, generalized, make sure that your output is less than 500 characters. To be honest, 400 is better. Just 400 characters, man. Just stay on task, dude. Yeah, 400 characters I think is fine. And on a second note, I should remove that example, which is over here. So here's an example output. I should remove this and just focus on the first sentences. Right? I'm going to do that. And then let's go ahead and... Am I lost? Yeah, I am. I'm totally lost. Where's the... I need to refresh the page. Oh my god, it's annoying me at this point. Like, why is it... Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So again, something's going on. This keeps taking the text out and it keeps coming back. But I don't know what's happening. Okay, so we need to... all right, this right here. So follow the instructions. This is going to be inside the generate campaign copy. And also, you must follow the instructions below. Generate, right? And then we got to add that here so that we don't actually need to add it again. It's just like, actually, on a second note, like the follow-ups are going to be different. Help me create and also I've already got that there. So we're super good. We don't need to do anything else. I've already got it, like the basic framework and the basic structure. Okay. So at this point, we can run it again. So let's run the automation and then let's see how this performs. So generate instructions. This triggers it. and then it creates uses ChatGPT to analyze the email. The first sentence must identify a challenge within your service. The second sentence should introduce your company and propose a relevant solution, citing benefits of low cost meeting deadlines. The third sentence should highlight an attractive feature of your service. Okay, this is good. I wanted to. Okay, so keep it less than 400 characters. This is good. So over here, make sure that your output is less than 400 words. Write this. How did I do this? Did I do this? Help me draft an email that introduces our company. So this is in first person view. Directions in a first person view, and make each sentence focus on make of the output paragraph separated. I love this live stream, by the way, guys. Like this is the stuff that like this gets like I feel like I've gone through a lot of things in this live stream that I think will be like very valuable. If they're not valuable for other people, they're valuable for me, and that's good enough, man. Like they're gonna be valuable for me. I'm gonna use this. So the first sentence is hi first name. Ooh, I like that. By the way. All right. I should actually. So to be honest, it's not following the description that I gave it. But it was mentioned input. Replace that with first name. To be honest, I don't think it matters whether it's first person or second person or third person view. So we're gonna save this right here. And then we're gonna And so the choices, and so these are the instructions, and it looks amazing. So the first sentence should address the recipient by name, like this. First name. The second sentence discusses a relevant industry trend or challenge under 40 words. The third sentence introduces your company, how you provide your solutions, ideally under 40 words. The fourth sentence provides the specifics of your offer. The fifth sentence is a call to action or question prompting under 12 words. Each sentence should stand as its own separate paragraph. And so that's good. That's good. This is great. And so first sentence should address the recipient by name, like this. Hi, first name. So we just don't like how this is done. So is there a way where, like, because like this, right, the way that this was done came from here, right? And obviously first name like this gives us an error. And since this is all being automated, maybe we can have we'll think about that. Right now, let's focus on the playbooks. So the playbooks are done. That's great. This was a good output. And so now let's replicate that across everything. So if you recall, these playbooks are what come into this section over here. So we create the playbooks. This is what creates the copy for us automatically, right? And so once this is done, we should basically be done. Yeah, we should basically be done. So let's go ahead and copy this. The only thing that's not going to be done is the fact that we might need to come back to the only thing that's not going to be done is the fact that we might need to one second. The only thing that's not going to be done is the fact that we might need to like make further adjustments to these prompts, but that's the easy part. The structure is the hard part, and we've got the structure down really well. So like this is basically done. So now we can create, literally as the title suggests, 10 campaigns in 10 minutes. 10 campaigns in 10 minutes, all through the power of AI. And now we have a way to get those playbooks done for us automatic. Oh, okay, so we can actually like go ahead and save this. You're going to sleep in 2 hours. Oh my god, bro, you're a crazy dude. You're literally crazy. And so good. So when you're done, I'm almost done, to be honest, because we actually just needed to get this done. And so if we can get these playbooks created, then that means all we need to do is find people's emails and literally just, and like Eric Nowoslawski released a video recently, which is like steal these campaigns, but people don't have systems for stealing emails easily. This is a system for that, right? Because we can literally create, we all we need to do is have an email, we paste it in here, and then it's going to create instructions for us. And so back to these, did it create the instructions? So it created the instructions. The first sentence is oh, that's horrible. The second sentence, we're gonna need to modify the prompt, but with this we can actually now start to uh you know replicate the same email over and over. So yeah, the prompt is, it needs some work. The prompt needs some work because it came up wrong. um oh, you know what it might be? It's because I put first name over here. So Is I think that's why. And then this one came up as NA because we don't have any examples for any follow-ups. Oh, wait, this is where it came from. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. The first sentence should be a personalized greeting using a placeholder. Ugh, this is also not right. Second sentence, third sentence. So we just need a little bit more refinement on the prompt. And then email 2 should not have done it. Oh, it's because I have this here. I have this saying 1 and then I have this one saying 2. So that's why it's being weird. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me also delete the email 3 playbook. So the columns, so email 3 playbook is here. It says it's here. Okay. So yeah, we need to actually delete this as well. And then let's run it again. So now we've just stolen someone's email, or like even in our case, like we've got a long document over here with a bunch of emails. It's like, do we want to constantly have to create these emails over and over across all of our clients, or do we just want to get the components of these emails and then just have AI replicate it on our behalf? And I choose the latter. So boom, we run this once, use existing data, get playbook. It's going to go through these different steps. Email 1, analyze that, and then give us the instructions. I'm going to need to. So the first sentence, this seems to have worked, although it's like it makes me. So the first sentence is a personalized greeting. Hi, first name inserted for established connection. The second sentence identifies a trend. Maybe the fact that I'm adding all of these instructions like paragraphs separated make each sentence like this just does not need to be here, right? If a name is mentioned, replace that with first name, right? Let's do this, and then let's also test it with a different client. So let's see with this how closely is it able to replicate that email for the same client. Actually, let's compare the two emails side by side, the AI generated email versus the manual written email based on these playbooks. And so I'm going to delete this. And so like once this prompt is done, and like if you really think about it, like this is worth spending a very long time perfecting, because this is going to be the pillar that allows us to create this many campaigns like so fast, right? um so boom, we've got this. Let's run it one last time over here, and this one last time is basically just going to um be switching this, and then once it's switched, we're going to do a test with a different client. And so if you recall, I've got clients over here, and so each client has unique value props, unique descriptions, and unique pain points, right? And so these are what we leverage outside of the playbooks. And so we combine the playbook with these things, combine them together, and then once they're combined, we can generate campaign copy automatically. And so let's go inside here. Let's go into the campaign section, and let's create a brand new campaign. So this is going to be campaign, and this I'm gonna call the new campaign testing. So we're gonna switch it. So the email starts with first name, then delves into the current industry trend. Oh yeah, we're gonna like all of these are different. All of these are literally coming up as different. So it's just bad. It's bad. Um, the idea is still right, but it's bad. Um, so we're gonna do testing playbook, and then we're going to switch it here. I don't think it needs it to be anything. So we go here, we go testing playbook. Yeah, like okay. And then we go to the campaigns, and then we add the playbook. over here. So back to this, generate campaign copy. And then we add the testing playbook, which is basically what we just created. And then once we add this, we're going to switch the client actually. Actually, let's leave it because I'm already there. So I'm already a different client. So generate campaign copy. It's going to send it here. This is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. But at the very least, the manual playbooks, we know they work, right? Like when we do this manually, like we know that works. I'm nervous. So did it create anything yet? It's still generating. Oh shoot, I don't want it to create clay tables. Anyways, so we created an email. Oh, that's bad. That is one of the worst emails I've ever seen. It's because the playbook is written so poorly. The email starts with hi first name, then delves into, then it introduces. We don't even have those criterias of how long it should be. So like if you were to read the email, it would probably be just fine. But yeah, we need to fix this prompt. So I'm gonna get to doing that. I'm gonna get to fixing this prompt. Let me see if there's anything else that we need to do. Once I fix this prompt, we generate the instructions. We start running some playbook tests. All right, so we're gonna skip ahead. We're gonna go into the running playbook tests. Modifying the prompt and working with that, I'm gonna just do that on my own time right after this. Let's go into the next section. So running playbook tests. So that would go into this section over here, right? And we also have the playbook. We have the 1, 2, 3, and then we put these here, right? And so when we go into, yeah, I'm gonna have to put this as to do because we whoa, that needs work. But the only thing that needs work is this right here. Everything else is fine. So over here we need to find tests. So test. And inside the playbook test, which is generate campaign copy for playbook testing, we basically just need to get these. So we want to copy this module. We want to paste this module. Like we want to give it a real world scenario. And so that's the thing. We're testing it. Right? Okay, so that's about it. It's literally it. And then we're going to put the right data in here. So this is going to be playbook. Let's run this once so that we get this stuff right. So this is the playbook. This does not have all of them. So we're going to put this is this. And then we're going to grab the task. And then at this point, we're going to run this. So click run. Email 1. Right, so we need to copy this. We need to go back in here, and then we need to switch the actual playbook. So the playbook is going to be actually it's going to be here, right? So it's going to be custom fields, email 1 playbook. That's perfect. And then description, and then we need to put this here. So email 1 playbook. And then boom, that's also fine. And then we need to do that again. But this time around, we need to do it with email 2. So email 2 playbook. Damn, dude, like this is so sick. It really is. Email 2 playbook. So email 2 playbook. And then over here, I'm going to do this as well. So email 2 playbook. And then finally, we're going to want to get the email 3 playbook. And then we're going to want to put that there. Now, the subject line one, I'm looking at it right now. It's kind of iffy. But whatever. And then email 3 playbook. And then subject line, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave this the way it is. How is this subject line coming up? As it's like I tend not to love these subject lines. It's like improving lead quality, quality lead generation, bespoke lead gen. Anyways, fine, whatever. We're gonna grab this. Don't add any quotation marks, right? So that's important. And then we're gonna paste that. And yeah, it's looking at the right one. And so testing works. This has all of the right fields. And so when we go into the playbooks, it would be going into the subject line and then 2 1 1 1 and then 3 1 is the new one, which we want to do. So email 3, it would be in the 3 1. Who's leaving hearts right now? Is that you, Mohammed? Thank you, thank you. So content, we want to put that there. God damn, so many hearts. Mohammed, is that you? Okay, so 3 1 1 1, boom, boom, boom. We've got all of that stuff. And now we can consider it basically done. So update. That's funny, dude. Update playbook. Yeah, see, the thing with streaming with these type of things, there's going to be like this is a 2-hour video. This is literally 2 hours, like actually it's 3 hours now. It's a 3-hour live stream. We've gone through so much and it's like you join in the middle of it, you're like, "Whoa, where is this? Where is this?" And so it's like I don't know, man. I don't know how streaming works with these type of things. I don't know if people I don't know. I don't know if people like this type of streaming or whether they prefer the 10-minute quick videos. But the thing with the problem with the 10-minute videos is that you're like, "Oh, this looks easy," not realizing that there's like 10 hours behind the scenes of someone actually trying to building these things, right? And so I'm trying to do like live streaming to show what it actually looks like, but I wonder like how effective that actually is. The only thing though that I'm thinking about is for future reference, right? Because when people maybe they come in here, they're like, this is way too complex. But eventually they're like, I want to build something like this in-house. The stream is already recorded. They could just come in there and then, just follow every single step and they don't miss anything. I guess that is the benefit. But boom, we've got that. And so this is basically done. We don't need to do anything else. Unless they're guru that is talking about cold baths Don't stream. I've never seen any streams. Actually, didn't I think Alex Hormozy has done a stream before, but they're usually like 1 hour long streams. I'm doing like 6 hour long, 3 hour long streams. It's wild. Um, cause yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so when we go to the playbooks, we've got all of these different steps. So the running the playbook tests is good. We've got the clients and then the creating the clay table. So do we have any SOPs for creating clay tables? Well, we need to have we got to have one. So one is the moment that it moves to creating clay table, the moment it moves to creating a clay table, the clay table is automatically created and then it's moved to the playbooks. Is that already an automation that we already have? Which is creating. So let's search for clay. SOPs, new task, create clay table for this playbook. I also have to go through all of these SOPs to like really think about them. Not really think about them, but like just organize them properly. So webhook, when status changes, this is generate new copy. So the one we're gonna do is this one. So when it's new and it's moved, clay table template and playbook must be set. Is not set. We change the status to new when it's moved from new to running playbook tests, because the one that's over here, generate instructions, is whatever. And also, I don't think this is an SOP I want to keep around. And also, that's not the first thing we want to do. So this is input an email for the playbook. This is the new one. And then yeah, I have to actually like spend time refining these SOPs. Okay, so this is going to be when we move it from running playbook tests to clay table, creating clay table, and custom field. The other thing is I don't know, man, because when we are creating the clay table later on in the automations, right? So this section over here, right? So when we're creating the clay tables, we're duplicating the master table. Clay table template. Clay table template. Clay table template. And also, why is it called clay table template? Because it's just clay table, right? It's just clay table. And so if I were to go here, yet despite that, it was still working. It was still working, which is so funny. Clay table. Clay folder ID. Well, shoot. Okay. So run this, which is the playbook, and then we're gonna have this run, and it's going to have the clay table that's here. So we need to do this, and then we need to have .com, and then no, creating clay table. Inside this, we're going to add the, what's happening? It's not wanting to add everything. Copy. Okay, it is working, but it doesn't seem to want to work here. So when we do this and then we do Control V. Oh, right. I got it. So we go to campaigns, industry trends. Right. This is the playbook we're looking for. And then this is which playbook? This does not have a playbook though. Okay, let's do this again. So let's go to running playbooks dashboard and let's find the Apollo sequence, and then let's figure out whether the Apollo sequence has a clay table. It does. And so we can actually pull it up here. So this should be no. It's different now. It's 1. So the Apollo sequence is 1. Boom. Okay. And then over here, four. Right. That's weird. I don't know why it was creating the table. Oh, it's because we have it. Damn, am I a genius or what? God damn. I like some of these things, man. I'm like, but I've got so many automations that I forget that I set it up like that. But I had already thought about it. I was like, what if something goes wrong? And it was going wrong, but it was still working despite the fact that it was going wrong. And I was wondering, like, what is going on? Why is it working despite the fact that this is wrong? And I'm like, oh, I figured it out. I set it up before so that it does that. That's hilarious. Do a webinar. I'm gonna be honest. The main reason why I do these is just to get some work done. Because when I'm not actually live streaming, I can easily get distracted. And so when I'm like this, and people, and like even if it's just one person, it's like it's recorded. I don't want to actually just get super distracted. And so I can, like, I'm just using you, man. I'm using you, Mohammed. I'm using you to get some work done. And I've actually got so much done today. Like literally, like these playbooks have been on my plate for a solid minute. And I'm about to have it done. Read my previous message. Which one was it? From my point of view, pushing valuable content, whether it's YouTube videos or LinkedIn posts that pushes traffic to these YouTube videos. Then after you gain some real people, you focus on streams because you'll have enough audience to push you up, or do like a webinar type event. Thank you for actually telling me to read that because I missed it. That's a good point, man. And I agree. Pushing value content, whether it's on YouTube videos or LinkedIn posts that pushes traffic to these. Yeah, I agree. And on LinkedIn, like that's where I get most people from, LinkedIn. And previously I had made a post that referenced a LinkedIn post. It was like I streamed for, and then I got so many messages. People were like, "Where's the stream? Where can I find it?" And so I just pointed them to the stream. So that's a good point. So let's see here. Rename, duplicate. Okay, so this works. Within these inside preparations, I mean, for scalability in the future, when you're done within these preparations, when you're done setting up these preparations, is that what you mean? In the future, when you're done within these inside preparations, um I think that's what you mean. Oh, okay, I gotcha. When you're done with these automations, um yeah, definitely. Because it's like when you make a 10-minute video and you're like boom, 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 it's like nobody knows the back end. And people want to copy it, right? And so it's like just come to these videos and then you can copy it. And so you're right. I will definitely do that. Um so boom. Now we basically need to set up an SOP that makes us create a clay table from the very beginning, in the right time, essentially. Right? So we've got these playbooks, we're creating them. And since we referenced the actual playbook clay table, when I say creating clay table, the question is whether I want to do that manually or automatically. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it manually because on some occasions, I'm going to want to do it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add a comment. So an assigned comment. And so instead of automating that, is this the one when task clay table warning notification? Also, this can go. We don't need this anymore. Let's double check this again. When it's moved from new to yeah, I'm gonna have to really spend some time like refining these SOPs. But that's something for another day. Another day, another day. Generate playbook. I have to do control. So clay. Where's the other one? Did I just delete it? Input an email. Wait, Mohammed, you're still up? Isn't it like, see, I don't understand you, man. You're a crazy dude, man. You mentioned 10 hours ahead. So what would that make you? That would make you, it's nearly 2 a.m. for you. It's 2 a.m., bro. What the hell? That's hilarious, bro. You gotta go to sleep. So what just happened? Did I delete it? Did I delete the automation? It's still early. God damn, you're crazy, dude. Custom field. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to do the clay table SOP. Did I delete it? I must have deleted it. Oh, or I never saved it. I think it's the latter. I never saved it. So this is going to be the new SOP. The new SOP is going to be when a task, so when a status changes from okay. I was about to say, uh, better have your WhatsApp message. Did you already message me on WhatsApp? I should put my phone on charge. You probably messaged me on LinkedIn with your WhatsApp number. Sounds good, man. I'll text you. I'll text you. Cool, cool, cool. I'll check that later. Have a good night, man. That's hilarious. Uh, you're staying up watching automation videos, but that's sick. Good night, man. Bye. Okay, so when we change the status from running playbook tests to creating clay table, we want to get an assigned comment, and this is going to be bye bye. This one's going to be run playbook test, create clay table. This one's going to be running playbook tests, creating clay table. Playbook test, creating clay table. This one's going to be duplicate master. Okay, it's actually going to be an if condition. If this playbook requires clay personalization, we're going to add this over here, and we're going to say duplicate the actually, we don't even need to duplicate and paste duplicate the master campaign table. So duplicate the master campaign table. Duplicate the master campaign table and paste the URL of the new table in the, I'm going to say, we're just going to put it in 2 bullet points. So, and then say paste the URL of the new table in the clay table custom field. And then if this playbook does not require clay personalization, paste this master campaign table URL in the clay table custom field, right? Open clay. So this is go to clay. And then this is simply going to be the clay workspace. Right? And then this is going to be the actual master campaign table. I think I've got that taken care of. Yeah, I think I have it taken care of whether it's views or not views. I'm nervous. Yeah, I think I've got it taken care of. I will have to double check though, to be honest. Oh, we're just gonna do it like this. So paste this master campaign table URL in this. And then let's also add this URL will be used to in the campaigns tasks, ensuring that clay tables can easily be duplicated for different campaigns. And then we will make this in italics. And then we will put this in bold. At the very least, we want to have one custom field, which is custom field. Email playbook exists. Is set. We'll do that. SOPs. It is changed. And so when I go from number 3, which is running playbook tests, to creating clay table, we're going to have an assign comment, which is going to be over here. If this playbook requires clay personalization, boom, 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 boom. All right. And so at this point, we can grab this URL, paste it over here, and then boom. And then we need to do an active. So active. Yeah, so we need another automation. And this one's going to basically say when status changes from any status to closed, right? And the playbook, so custom fields, is not set. So playbook is not set. And then what else is not set? Custom field playbook. I think it's just, yeah, we referenced that. Email 1.1 is for testing. We also should put it here. So playbooks is not set. So email 1 is set. So the playbook is set. The playbook. Oh, we also want the clay table. We want the clay table is not set. So email 1, the playbooks, the clay tables, and do we need anything else? So custom field, email 1, email 2, playbooks. We need to change the status. Change the status back to creating clay table, and then add a comment, which is email 1 playbook playbooks table custom fields be set, moving the task the active status. Boom, just like that. And then we assign it. One thing I wonder is, it would be nice to be able to assign things dynamically. There is no way to like assign things dynamically. Though to be fair, doesn't matter. That doesn't matter for now. There's ways you could do that. So SOPs must moving status. We create that. All right. So let's give it a shot. Active. Does it matter? So in so doing, we actually want the playbooks here. Damn, we've got a lot in this section. Sheesh. I guess we can just hide this. And then we can save this. And then we're going to have that playbook type be an SOP for the earlier stage. By the way, it should be popping up back anytime soon. So active. Whew. Over here, we also want to have playbook type. So custom fields, playbook type is not set. On playbooks, playbook. Right, and then over here, choose a playbook type. Yeah, we're gonna really need to come back to these. So new playbooks, we want to have the column playbook type. We want to have that here. So we have to define this early on, right? So we have to define the playbook type, protect view. And so do I have anything where it's like status changes, call webhook, status changes, status. All right. When status changes, okay. So we want to duplicate this right here. And so when we move it from not started to any status, and at the very least, email 1 is not set, and email 1 is not set, along with playbook type, email 1 and playbook type, custom fields must be set before, and then change it back to new. Moving the task status. From new, right? So boom, we've got this, we got new, and then custom field, email 1, playbook type, clay table. We don't need this. Still too early on for that. And playbook type. So boom, SOPs fields must be set. Moving tasks. From new status, change it back to new, and duplicate that. And then boom, we've got that set up. And so now, when we go back here, looks like we didn't get the active task back. That's it, actually would be here. So do we now have 3? We do. So the question is, why did this not work? Okay, we're good. So move to active status. Any status to active. Email 1 playbook is not set. Playbooks is not set. Clay table is not set. Playbook. Oh, it already had all that stuff. So that's why it didn't do anything. The other question, by the way, playbooks dashboard. We only check for email 1, right? Well, hold on a minute. This didn't have playbooks. It's active. Email 1, playbooks, Okay. This should actually be triggering. This should be triggering an automation that sends it back because it does not have. It does not have everything. Most notably, it does not have the playbook. Or does that count anyways? Apparently so. So we need to, maybe you need to make this equal to, boom. And then this equal to email one playbook. Email one playbook is not set. This is fine. And then, so we're looking for drop downs. Drop down is not set. Playbook type equal to. Is this what we need to change? So is equal to. And then at the bottom over here, we also need to do this, right? So email is equal to. And then boom. So now if I send this backwards to creating clay table, and then I bring it forward into the active status, does it run the automation? It did. Wait, it didn't. All right, I'm getting kind of annoyed at this point. So from any status to active, and the custom field email one is not set, and this is equal to empty, and the clay table is not set. So one, this does not matter. And custom field, oh, I get it. I get it. Wow. So it's checking for every single condition together. And this is a signal that I should be ending the stream because my brain power is decreasing. This is a signal. So we're about to end it, boys. Um so we actually need to just copy this, grab this over here. Email one playbook. We need to do it one by one because there's no way to do an or statement, is there? There is no way to do an or statement. So what is the main ones? Email one playbook, that needs to be there. That does not need to be there. Neither does this. The playbook type and the playbooks, that does not need to be there. Though to be fair, we do want the playbooks. So these are the three main ones that we want. So let's go ahead and just have this be email one playbook. And then this one's going to be email one playbook. Then save this, and then we're going to duplicate this. So duplicate it in the current location. And then this is going to be playbooks is not set. And then this is going to be clay table. Clay table. So boom, now it should work. And on that point, we should double check that that other one also works. So boom, I'm gonna go take a quick break. I'll be right back. Ooh, ooh. All right, we are basically done. Okay, so let me see what else I need to do. So going from start to finish, right? So we do new generating the instructions. We need to actually spend some time doing that because that is that's bad. But it's basically the only thing we need to do. Running playbook tests, that's simple. We've got that set up. Let me double check. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we got it set up. Like we're good on that. So running playbook tests, creating clay tables, we've got an SOP for that. Basically, we would just manually create them or copy from the master table. Because all it is just a duplication process. It's it's nothing crazy. And so this is the number 4, which is creating the playbook. And so I wonder, is there a way to update the color? Ah, that's some laziness. We could just change the color. Literally like that. That's just lazy. So testing webhook, get rid of that. We've got the clay table, we've got the playbook. And then we've got the playbook dashboard. So. Yeah, we can actually do this. Okay. I think we're basically done. Let me think. Do I want to make a shortened version of this? Which would be like how to create 10 campaigns in less than 10 minutes. We would show the playbooks. They go through these. We go 1, 2, 3. And then instructions. These generate the instructions, which is like generate an email that is The second sentence should be less than 20 words. The best part is the third sentence should be a CTA. Just start with followed by, and then running playbook tests, and then playbooks dashboard, which is total playbooks, completion rate, active playbooks. Okay, we can actually make a video on this. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. So we're gonna spend the last 10 minutes over here just creating a Canva. We're gonna create a Canva thumbnail for the video tomorrow, which is going to be creating these it's going to be creating these campaigns. So boom. I've even got SOPs for creating thumbnails, guys. I've even got SOPs for creating thumbnails. And so we're going to call this, how do you visualize? But it's like, this is just a template, right? Like we're going to have to think about, honestly, we could just put it here. So how to create 10 campaigns. Honestly, just put 10 campaigns in 10 campaigns, 10 minutes. Don't love the font on this. Let's try this one. That's good. So 10 campaigns, 10 minutes. Let's see if there's a in 10 campaigns, 10 minutes. I don't know about this title. But anyways, let's grab an automation that's relatively interesting looking. I like this one. So I'm going to save this. And then once we've saved it, I'm going to do this so that we can, oh God, so that we can make it into like a square. This is so bad. So reload. Right. So we go ahead, we grab this, email 1, email 2, email 3, email 4, and then boom. It's just going to look something silly like that. Like a missile shooting campaigns. This is just shooting a bunch of campaigns out. I don't even think that works, to be honest. There's no way to like merge. Oh, actually, you could do it like this. And in fact, we could just do it like this because it doesn't need to be perfect. So boom, and then boom. We do that. And let's get rid of this hovering one, whatever that means. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And by the way, so let's rename this as well. So let's rename this, which is going to be ClickUp. ClickUp, and then I'm gonna do this, right? And then this is gonna be add to. And then I'm gonna rename this, do that a little bit more. So boom, there you go. That's funny. There you go. It ain't perfect, but it's good enough. It's good enough to get the job. Ooh, that looks amazing, actually. So now we're gonna this needs to look like that. And then boom, 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 boom. And then this is gonna be like that. Okay, perfect. And then now let's take a screenshot of this and then add it. So we need it to be high resolution, right? We need it to be high resolution. So we can just do it like this. We can zoom in as much as possible, get the resolution. And then once we've got that, we can add it to the image. So boom, let's put it in the downloads. And then inside Canva, let's upload the file. Did I put it in the downloads? Yeah, we did. So inside Canva, we upload it. So downloads, screenshot, and then boom, we've got it. And then at this point, we need to add it here. Right? And then we center it. And then we upscale. So image upscaler. 4x it so that we get a white background. And then replace it. And then change the background. Sorry, we're going to do solid colors. And the color is going to be this. So boom, we've got that. And now we want to save this image as a PNG, just this page, right? And then when we come back here, we're going to upload this right here. And then this is what I'm going to be pasting. Actually, it's over here. So I need to go here. That's what I'm going to be pasting over here. And then at this point, we can, that's kind of wild. So it's, so basically I just need to make this smaller. I thought it would work, but whatever. Whatever. So let's go ahead and download this again. Just this page. Not PDF. as a PNG. Save the current page. Upload file. Then this one is the one that we paste. So boom. And then we move this. So let's edit the image. Okay, this is interesting. Don't love how this looks. And I don't know if a filter can make it better. Well, it actually seems to be making it better. So cool. Vivid. Okay, that's better. Like that's bright essentially. Right? Sorry. When I go Lumo and then I go none, I prefer the Lumo. Yeah, I prefer that. What happens if you do this? What happens if you add a color? Doesn't make a difference. So edit the image. What happens if you do this? Oops. So the image. Kind of prefer that actually. Yeah, I like that. Automatically. And let's go ahead and change the font automatically. Fine. We'll do in minutes. Okay, whatever. So boom, let's go ahead and change that. Let's go 50. Email campaigns. In minutes. So we'll do it like this. And then we'll do this. We'll put this right here. And then this is going to have the effects. It has echo right now. We'll do this as 40. How to create high quality campaigns in minutes. Okay, I think we're gonna go with this. Maybe we change some things around. But like I already showed you guys, right? So we've got like 10 campaigns in like 10 minutes. And so I'm gonna be doing walk through with that. So how to create high quality email campaigns in minutes. And then boom, I think we're done. Cool. So that's the video. I'm gonna have a shortened version of this. It's gonna be like 15 minutes long. I'm gonna start recording that right now. Hopefully you guys found this useful. If you did, leave a like, uh, leave a subscribe, and I wish you have a wish you have a good rest of your day. Cheers.